Well, good evening, everybody. Welcome to Two Silly Gooses presents JMK Custom Works Live. We're a goose down. Tony's work is doing the thing again. So just me. Sorry to disappoint. I know, false advertising. I did say there would be two. There is one. But I appreciate you guys being here. Son of a Crayon Slayer. Hey now. Hello. Welcome. Goose's Form Flying V. Let's go. Yes. Let's. Shane. What's up, buddy? Good to see you. Woody Triple Deuce. What? What's up, man? Here to gander a few gooses, but don't tell. Between us girls. You got it. You got it. Barrel Living Charlie. What's up, Cliff? What's up, Greg? It is the final countdown. Yes. But not Europe. America. Starting a show on time. What kind of madness is this? I don't know. Don't get used to it, y'all. I don't know how long that's going to last. What's good in Bizarro World? I hope not. Golden Bonnie, what's up, sir? Oh yeah, and since I am Han Solo tonight, let's get some background goodness. JB, good evening. Good evening indeed. Got Cooter's Garage in the house. A little bit of this. I like it. I like it. Thank you guys for being here. Willie Springer, good evening, Mikey. How you going, my guy? You going to DFW? Yes, I am. Tomorrow. Start that trip. Chuck you, dude. Well, hold on a second there, dude. What is up, buddy? Well, I've had some last minute figures that I've gotten done the last call it 2 weeks. We got done the let me just do this. So I got the Mars Troopers. So that's Destro's private military force. I get those two. Get the Mars. And then I made up some serial numbers. So this one's 0167H. This one's 0222W. I don't know what those could mean. But yep, got those. Of course, I got that Cobra Commander. Last week I finished another Thunder, you know, and then Monday I picked up a female Crimson Guard from GameStop. Had it. I wasn't really interested in that one, but I got it, and then made a Cadet Dimming. So you can see I removed the Crimson Guard stuff, repainted everything. So we're gonna assemble that tonight. I also started another tray of heads. Some Wesley Snipes. Even turned a couple into Blade Daywalker. That one I even did the tattoos. You know, just some variety. And then this is going to be Cadet Dimming's head. It is Cover Girl. So I'm going to repaint that. And yeah, that's the main thing tonight is Cadet Dimming and getting some heads done. So, thanks, buddy. Yeah, get that fire, dude. Get that fire. Thank you, Shane. Yes, please do. Please do hit the like button. I like it. I yeah, Woody, I got you. Additionally, Monday, I found did me right, and I got the Martian Manhunter. I do not like the cape. I have to fix that. Washes on him and darken him up a little bit, and they also had the new Secret Wars Daredevil, and I am so glad they finally released this by himself, because that's that new buck. Super nice. I'm really excited about this. So these two pickups were sweet, and then like I said, that last one, that female Crimson Guard, I was like, honestly wasn't gonna get it, and then I saw it and I was like, man, there's enough time where I could get a Cadet Dimming. And that was the first YouTube video I did, was Cadet Dimming, and for Chad, the 1/18 scale. So kind of full circle, kind of cool. Willie, yes, I've done, I don't know, probably 3 Demolition Man, and then 2 of the ones I'm working on now will be Simon Phoenix, which is what that head is supposed to be, but it's so similar. I figured I could do a couple of creative repaints and, you know, change up the facial hair and get a couple of blades, because I know there were a lot of people that did not like this head. So I'm thinking, you know, maybe be able to help a few folks out. You know what I mean? Same time toys member for 3 months. Thank you, brother. Hope you sell everything at DFW. For the love of God, bring stuff to Joe Fest. I hope I don't have anything to bring to Joe Fest, but I feel like that's pretty unrealistic. So I will have stuff at Joe Fest, but I do not have a booth or a table at Joe Fest. So whatever I bring will just be like for room swaps or things like that. And after DFW, I'll create kind of a rundown of what I have left. But in between the next week and Joe Fest, I have a ton of stuff that I need to finish for Big Bad Workshop, Fresh Monkey Fiction, so that they have those at Joe Fest for their needs. So I will probably not get any kind of JMK stuff done. So yeah, I'll have stuff for like the swap meet and stuff. That real shady, not slim shady. I'll be thick shady. I think that'll work out just fine. Dad is working on printing everything. We're gonna leave later tomorrow so that he can have as much time to print stuff as possible. He has So much stuff. So much stuff that he's bringing. You know, we got the stiletto parts, which we're stoked about. The stiletto in general. We got the Star Viper kits. Lots of new kits. Lots of updated kits. We're really, really excited about it. So, just gonna hope we give him enough time. Unfortunately, we will be arriving late tomorrow evening. So, we'll see. Jacob Rial, how are you, sir? Jacob Rial. The geese are in flight. Mikey Chat, how are we doing today? Brother, we're doing good. We are doing good. Good to see you. I hope everything's all right in your neck of the woods. Dude, I'm proud of him. I think that's the first vehicle from scratch, and it's nothing's without challenges, but he has really, really crushed that one. Updating enough things to make it his own, but keeping it true enough to both the original drawing, the art for it, as well as the toy that came after. So I appreciate the kind words, Woody. So yeah, that thing's gonna be badass, and I would imagine that if he's got any left over, he can print more. We'll have some at Joe Fest, just because I know there's a few of y'all that would be interested in it. So be sure you reach out to him if that is the case, if you do want him to bring whatever to Joe Fest, so that in between DFW and Joe Fest, he has time to print it and get it down there. Yo, Joe Jerk. What's up, buddy? How you doing? Jerk sighting. You got it. All right, so Cadet Dimming. Let's do assembly. So like I said, this is almost entirely a repainted Crimson Guard, female Crimson Guard, with the exception of I had to grind off the medals and that stuff that's on the Crimson Guard, because she doesn't have that. So that's been removed, and then Cobra symbol, which was actually a stencil that I cleaned off the silver one, put that on there, and then painted over it, and then carefully peeled it off so that it's got a nice Cobra sigil right there. So let's get this thing assembled. I'm out of rubber gloves. Just got the one. All right. Make it do what it do, baby. Gonzito. What is up, brother? Good to see you. Thanks for joining the flock. Cadet Dimming doesn't have a lot of accessories. So I did want to get her some good goggles, although these can't go over the CoverGirl hair. Kind of screwed there, but I'm hoping I do a good enough job with the eyes where you wouldn't want to cover them up with goggles anyway. So on these, I'm going to put some gloss clear on the lenses so that they're shiny. The rest of this got the typical semi-gloss varnish. She will probably, since she's cartoon, I'll probably give her one of the Cobra cartoon, laser guns. I just saw my camera glitch out. I hope that's not hope that was just something weird on my side. But anyway, I did find out on these Cobra Crimson Guards, I don't think it was the originals, but at least the females, the knee pads are a separate piece. So anybody looking to repaint, there's some knowledge for you. And then it's got 2 stripes down the leg. It's got actually a lot of extra detail that I don't think Crimson Guards have, but she does, so that's cool. Okay. This one looks good. All right. Mm-hmm. You know if that heater is too loud, I can mute it. I was pretty excited to see that stuff at Target. It's been a few weeks, maybe closer to a couple of months since I actually bought any toys outside of, you know, a pile of loot from Big Bad. I think that might have been the last thing. It's kind of nice finding something that I was actually looking for. I like Martian Manhunter, and I did not like the idea of having to spend a bunch of money to get him. And Daredevil's so good. Y'all get any good pickups lately, or is it pretty dry out your way as well? Oh, nice. Can use Bullseye 2-pack. Skipped on that one. I know Tony's looking for one. Stu, what up, sir? Good evening. Woody, I don't even go out in the wild anymore. Look at the ass out there. I mean, you could see that being appealing to some, you know, obviously not you. Gander, chat room gooses. Yeah. All right. Yeah, Woody, I don't. Man, I probably wouldn't go out in the wild much either. It was more of a killing time thing. Why I ended up at Target anyway. Figured I was right by one. I might as well pop in, kind of thing. And outside of that, I just, I got Brood Squad and I just pre-order through him everything I'm wanting. So there really ain't much to hunt anymore. Not to mention, it seems like they pretty much disincentivized anybody from doing hunting and whatnot, Stu, I got the Harbinger Studios Collegiate Legends fix, picked up Alabama and Miami players who were like them. I've heard they're really, really good figures, so that's cool. In Bear 11, I bought my first blocky the other day and got Darth Vader. Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. That's Jacob Reno, good question. Who all is headed to DFW this year? I know I am. And I know Greg is. Oh yeah, for the Bullseye Muse. Yeah. Yeah, that's for sure. Stu is homebound? Workbound. Oh, workbound. Oh, sorry to hear that. Yeah, do what you got to do, Stu. Speaking of working, hi, Mom. Appreciate you helping Dad out this evening. Well, that's true, Stu. That's true. When you're one of the folks that when it comes down to crunch time and the chips fall, I get it. I get it, man. Oh. Triple D, what up, sir? See you, man. Yeah, DFW is going to be a good time. Good time. Chris Cutthroat, what up, sir? Yep, your eyes do not deceive you. I am working on a custom. I'm doing a classified Cadet Demings. Just doing final assembly on her. Make sure there's a couple places I think I'm going to have to do a little touch up. Not wholly uncommon. I prefer when it doesn't happen, but you know, part of the process, I suppose. Oh my, no, not this figure. No Hasbro figure could be a Cat Dennings. That's for sure. You know, Classifed for sure. For sure. There's not very many. Not many. That's looking pretty good. I'll say, I mean, before I ruined this female Crimson Guard, I did play with it a little bit. It's a nice figure. They did a really good job, I would say. I mean, Woody, how many are you getting of these? 40, 50? She posed really well. A nice butterflies, which sometimes just isn't the case, but they're pretty good. They're not like the best or anything like that, but honestly, with Classified, it seems like the best ones they do are when they do the, I know, I'm not going to like me saying this, but when they do the McFarlane style joints, when it has the cup, it's a separate piece. Something about that. It just, it just works. And it makes it really nice on customizers. I will also say that anytime they give us a break is nice. I mean, as much as I like pinless, but let's be real, it does make things a bit of a challenge. So, all right. Like I said, I'm gonna have to do some touch-ups. And just got a little too rough. Look, James Lucas. Good evening, sir. Good evening. So far, 19. Probably end up with 40-ish. No, it's not. It's not at Cat Dennings. I couldn't do it with Hasbro parts. I'd have to like have some custom sculpted ones, or go to that Meta Customs ones that gives you some extra curves for your pieces. You do like he did a bunch of stuff for like She-Hulk and different female characters. Did some nice heads, and then some comic book proportions, we'll call it. Saw some cool GI Joe Classified figure, like Lifeline, Sci-Fi. Yeah, those are both good figures. Good figures, I think. I got Lifeline. I definitely got they definitely got sci-fi. You know, I think I ended up buying 3 of them. One I repainted, and one I got Dad, so he didn't have to worry about missing out on one. Sci-fi is one of his characters, right? All right. So yeah, so down here where I was trying to get the boot on, I pushed a little too much and got some wear, and then also scuffed it a little back here. So I'm gonna do a little fixing. So that screen. All right. ASMR for you. All right, Mom. Have a good night. I love you. I'll talk to you tomorrow. All right. So I'm just going to get some of this. I will say the war paints are on the low end of quality in my eyes. They don't lock in as well. And what I mean is it seems like you've got to do some extra prep to really get them to cover and stay. Just something I've noticed. Seems like I'm realizing that war paints may legitimately require a primer when most don't. Most you can just get the color right on the plastic, and it adheres and does a nice job. But I think war paints, you need just a little more process. Father Son Galaxy, what's up, sir? Good to see you. Mikey, what GI Joe Classified do you feel they won't put from original 90s? That's tough. That's tough to say. It feels like they're kind of open to anything. Doesn't really feel like they've said like no to anything. Like they're not going to do anything from a certain, subline, or maybe DEF, just because that one may be a little too on the nose. Maybe not. But I would say if there are any, it's probably that. I would imagine at some point they're going to realize that I think people do want space figures. I don't think they want a ton of them. I don't think they want a Defiant or anything like that. But I think people do. Aesthetically, space guys are really very cool. And there's a lot you can do with them. I will say, when doing these patches on the color, I find it best, instead of doing the dot method, where you get this this here's missing, so you put a little dot and fill the dot, is kind of doing broader strokes and kind of feathering it, I would say, is probably the method I have found success with when doing touch-ups. And then I would say the other thing is just make sure it's dry. You know, some of us, myself included, get really impatient and you'll kind of rush the process and ultimately end up regretting it when all you need was just, all you need is just a little patience. So it's important just to keep that in mind. I think top half I was much more gentle. It really does look good. Digging that. I'm digging it, baby. Well, I hope you guys are having a good Wednesday. It was my Friday today, so it was a better Wednesday than most. But I was doing my best to tie up all my loose ends, and I just don't feel like I got as much done as I wanted to, but pretty typical, I feel. Yeah, Chris, I would love to see a female televiper. That'd be cool too. And honestly, with Cobras, it seems like they've really leaned in pretty good to making female troopers. I mean, far more than we ever had before. Even more than the 50th or POC line. I mean, all you had was the female trooper. That was it. That was all you got. Now we've got Valkyries, which I would say are your female troopers, right? Your basic blues. Well, we got the female Hiss driver. That was pretty sick. Of course, we got female Crimson Guard. They've done some pretty cool. I'd like to see them do kind of a different Baroness. Baroness was one of the only characters that never had a different suit. She always had that. It's always looked the same. Even Cobra Commander got different looks, but Baroness has changed colors a couple times, but female Techno Viper would definitely be cool. Purple really is awesome. I do like purple, but I don't care much for Techno Vipers. I would like to see a female Snow Serpent. I think that would be bitchin'. Woody, don't worry. All the shit you left today will still be 100%, brother. 100%. The fucking corporate world. Literally, the thing that frustrated me the most today is the thing that always pisses me off. It's the lack of email correspondence. Like I'm following up on people that get paid way more than me on, hey, is this done yet? Is this done yet? Like, I don't feel like a guy in my position should be holding hands for management. Like, you should be able to show some initiative, take action before it starts affecting other departments. But I'm told I'm wrong. So Jake Anderson, hi Mikey, have you bomb strike? I know you've done the other two siblings. I have not finished bomb strike. I built one, actually. Of course, now there's some better parts. I could give her an update, but I did build one to make. I just never did. Because I love the triplets. I think that's a badass. And the only barrel roll I ever did was just a kit bash. So he's one. I know he's your profile picture. He's one I would really like to see them classify that up. Honestly, there's a lot from that era that I would love to see them hit on, because there's some fucking gems in there. Oh man, there'd be some cool shit. And although I don't care about it, the Venomous Maximus I think would make an insane classified figure if they did it. But we'll see, man. But yeah, like Crosshair with the ghillie suit and barrel roll, and I love that version of Torpedo, Lieutenant Torpedo. I think that would be cool. In fact, I think it'd be a good way for them to use that Wild Bill ripcord buck. I think that would be really sick. We'll see what they do. TK Storm, you got it, brother. Yeah, Cadet Dimming. Working on her. I just got this female Crimson Guard this weekend, so I got home and immediately got to work. Good eye. Good eye, brother. Who gives your cell phone number to a general person? Oh man, nah, not okay. 610, what up, brother? What up? Smash that like button and subscribe, please. And thank you. Thank you, Mason. I appreciate your shout outs. Yeah. Love to have a bomb strike. Yeah, me too. I honestly, they don't have many girls, and I'd like to see them implement the rest of them and maybe just come up with some fresh ones, you know? Honestly, I mean, I wouldn't be upset if they, I don't know, took some of the lesser characters and like revamped them, made them chicks. I mean, I don't know. I could see that being pretty cool. I can't think of one like off the top of my head, but I don't know. Maybe like Sergeant Hacker or something, or maybe there's some Sigma 6 characters they could, you know, redo. I don't know. I hear you. Cadet Dimming sounds like a possible STC. Yeah, I could see that. Especially with them kind of having a theme with the Sunbow stuff being at San Diego. I could see that. I could see them doing that. But I could see them just repainting the buck and putting it right out there, you know, because now you got Army build blue ones, right? You got your Crimson Guards. How's your, I don't know, Cobalt Guards? I don't know what the fuck they could call them. Do you think you ever do a classified glider pilot in the future? That would be cool. The Cobra Viper pilot. Yeah, that'd be sick. That'd be really cool. I don't know. I don't know if they do if they would do something instead of the glider. That's where I would be interested, is if they did something with it, because otherwise it's going to look like a basic Cobra Trooper, and they've already done that like 4 times. But we could see. Jacob Real. Mike, are you going to be taking all your Action Force figures and vehicles to DFW, or those custom commissions? Those are going to DFW with me. The Panther, Stalker, Z-Force Jeep, and Z-Force. Those are all going with me. And I'm really hoping I move them, but we shall see. But that would be cool. I have a female Alpine my friend did for me. That's pretty cool. I like that. That's interesting. So we've been trying to make us personal phones at work, and I'm like, hell no, unless you pay me for that. Nope. Same. Yeah, same. I don't get paid for you to be able to reach me anytime. That's not my station. But like our managers and stuff, they all are soups, or you know, our middle management, they all have phones. Mine is it's a cell phone, but it's my desk number. They just took away landlines, and now they bitch about how much they spend in cell phones. Fucking corporate logic. Whatever. whatever. Okay. Let me seal off this blue. And the next time I use it, it'll probably still be dried out, but I tried, damn it. I tried. And then we'll load some clear into the air gun. And we'll just do a light dusting of clear on the spots we painted. That way I can feel good about them being sealed, you know what I mean? Joe needs a female driver. I like that a lot. Other than Cover Girl. Yeah. What was oh man, what was the driver they had in the 2000s? I think they used him a couple of times. I remember he came with a mech. And I can't remember what his name was. It wasn't Double Clutch, because Double Clutch was used, you know, in the time when they couldn't use clutch. You know, it would be a cool one for a female. Desert Fox. You guys remember Desert Fox? They used him a couple of times. They didn't ever go into him or anything, but that would make a badass female. Yeah, that would be really cool. For sure. I mean, there's several that you could use that aren't like, you know, people aren't tied to them as much. But I think something like Sergeant Hacker, whatever that guy's name was. I can't remember what the hell his name was. That's killing me. Jacob says, very nice, my man. Hope you do too. I hope they find a new good home. Yes, me too, buddy. And then my voicemail and email to work, bone dry. So, yeah, dude. I hate that. We've got all these forms of communication, and they still try to find me at my desk. I'm like, dude, I'm not always at my desk, man. Send me the teams and I'll respond. I have a hell of a track record of responding quickly. Like, drives me nuts. Yeah, some female drivers would be bitching. I never want a management job. Fuck babysitting grown men. Dude, oh my God. For real. And like, my thing is, I don't want to be management, but it infuriates me to see poor management. Like, I would rather do it until you find somebody that does it better and they can have it. But it gives me fucking ocular cancer to watch somebody do a piss poor job at management. It's one of my peeves, man. Irritates me so much. Would a Battle Force set of figs ever come out? Could they maybe do some gender swap? I could see that. Battle Force it doesn't have much popularity. It honestly seems like the least popular subgroup of the Joes. Like, even in the comics, immediately, you know, I mean, I know they were shoehorned in there to begin with, but you got it. Yep, Black All Striker. Actually, was that the Black All Striker? Is that what he came with originally? Is the Black Hawk Striker? I was thinking that was... We could be talking about two different ones, but there was one that was like a shoot. Probably 2000, 2001. It came with a... I think it came with Pathfinder, a repainted Pathfinder that was all black and gray. I loved that figure. I love that All Striker too. But I'm interested. Yeah, I know he came I think the last time they used him was in the Retaliation line, because for the Retaliation line they did several like 5 POA figures, and I know Desert Fox was one of them. Desert Fox and Double Clutch, Swamp Viper. There were a couple of really cool ones that they had good molds for, but they were like, yeah, we can't do that. We got to cut costs. And that was how they did it, was made them 5 POA. It kind of sucked. but they were nice looking figures. Scarlet Lady Jane scuba outfits. Could see that. 2015 shipwreck. Yeah, dude. I'm into that. I like the I like the shipwreck. Honestly, I like anything but the original shipwreck, really. I see them do a clutch classified, either male or female. Well, they did a male clutch. He just came with the vamp. I would assume when they do vamp Mark II, there will be another, a brown clutch. But let's see. Yeah. Dodger, was he the one that looked like a Space Marine? That was, yeah. I'm pretty sure that was Dodger. I think so. Ginger Salt Blocker. That's my boy. Female skid mark. That never happens. That's wanted me to train people on the forklift, but didn't want to pay me to do it. Yeah, they're all about, volunteering you for stuff, but they're really stingy when it comes to sharing the wealth, Mine likes to. We have a profit sharing at mine. So the better the company does, the better your percentages, which, makes sense. Everybody's cool with it. Until the end of the year, when they're talking about, we didn't get far enough to trigger, the next step, or whatever. And then all year I watch them bring in I don't even know how many 85-inch TVs to replace the 75-inch TVs we bought last year, and they just disappear. Like, stupid shit. Like, don't talk to me about how we didn't hit quota. I wasn't the one, doing the I wasn't the one giving shit away and not being willing to tell the customer no, which sounds crazy, but it's just ridiculous. Like, I've never seen a company or experienced a company that doesn't ask, like, when the customer says, like, oh, this is wrong, they don't ask any questions. They don't, or it doesn't seem like they do. They don't ask questions. They don't ask for pictures. They're just like, yeah, send it back. And then they get it. And they're like, well, if we're going to send them the same part, because that's what it is. Order the right part. Retaliation. That's the Desert Fox I was thinking of. Yeah. But I know they used him before. But I think Desert Fox even kind of sounds like that sounds like a female. Maybe that's just me. I'm thinking, Crowned Fox, Desert Fox, maybe I just think Fox and girls. I don't know. Firefly Classified. Well, they got a couple of those too. Got two of them. Got that first Cobra Island wave, and now we've got that last one. I would like a modernized one. I think that'd be cool. Action Joe Figs, what's up, sir? Leave for DFW Friday afternoon. We leave tomorrow afternoon. Get down there and get her set up. Get down to the hotel and get set up tomorrow morning. Of course, we have our panel tomorrow. So pretty excited. All right. I don't know what glue you guys use, but Dad turned me on to this Rapid Fuse, and I really like it. It's a super thick glue, but it dries quick. Oops. Oh goodness, that's an awful lot. Yeah, it's not for precision work. I'll grant you that, but it's a good glue, good hold. It sets quick enough where if you don't overdo it, you can put a part on there and it'll set quick. Now, if you go to move it, you can move it, but I think it's really nice. Good glue. There we go. Let's just move it so it doesn't accidentally get in a joint or something. That would be very upsetting. Like I said, though, I got to tell you, for joint prep and stuff, it was really, really nice to be able to remove the knee. I don't know if they've been doing that for a while and I've just missed it, or if that is something new. So they pull out of a mold easier. It's usually a pretty basic reason why they change things like that. Okay, this is looking good. Glue up. Yes. All right. You don't need a lot. You don't need a lot of it. Okay. All right. Last day of school is Friday, and then I'm off for the summer. Hell yeah, man! Action Jones, you're a teacher, huh? What do you teach? Use Gorilla Super Glue. Okay, right on. Favorite Western Clint Eastwood movie? Watching Hang 'em High. Right? I do like Hang 'em High. Man, that's tough. Really partial to Outlaw Josie Wales because it was my first Clint Eastwood Western. And he's a Missourian in that one, which is fun. But honestly, I think the one I watch the most is probably High Plains Drifter. I really like that one. He gets revenge over the town for whipping the crap out of him. I like that one a lot. He paints the town red. I like that one quite a bit. And then, I mean, there's just Unforgiven, which is just an awesome Western movie of any genre. Clint Eastwood, Morgan Freeman. It's a fucking great movie. That might be the best one, but I don't know if it's my favorite. I do love some Clint Eastwood. Yeah, I remember I grew up on the Man with No Name trilogy, you know. Seventh grade history. It's Texas history. Is it really? Is it really Texas history? Well, we had that. I mean, like we had in Missouri, we had Ozarks history, which it's mostly Civil War. And it's really gory, super bloody, terrible battles. But there's lots of battlefields around us. In the Ozarks, there's lots of battlefields. Up here, not so much. But that's cool, man. That's cool. 7th grade. That's 7th grade. I remember world history. 7th grade world history, we got really into the really dark side of World War II. And I remember all of us we got in groups and we had to do presentations on each one of the camps. So each group got assigned a different camp to do your presentation on. We had Auschwitz, which for a seventh grader, that really sticks with you. The picture of the piles of glasses and all that stuff from just them rounding people up. So seventh grade, I remember seventh grade history. Major Wagon, yeah, 2 Mules for Sister Sarah. I like that one. It's hard to go wrong, honestly. We tried the Army Painter Speed paint markers. They're pretty nice. I don't like markers. I don't like doing the marker paint. I use them for a few things, but I have a set, but I don't use them very often. I don't like it. I prefer the control of a brush. Any which way but loose is the best Western. Oh, and don't look in a mirror to avoid those things. Right. 8th grade is our Georgia history year. Interesting. Yeah, since Texas was a country before it became a state. Okay. Right. That's cool. Man. I was almost a history teacher, but my love of being outside and maps steered me away. Interesting. There was a time in my life when I considered teaching history. I always loved it. It was basically the only class that I ever always did well in because it was genuinely fascinating to me. Whereas art class, I was almost always failing or near failing because my indecisiveness kept me from choosing a path to just start a goddamn project. So I ended up turned in a bunch of stuff late just to get passing grades in art. But history, I never had to try to care. I always just did. But I was also a class clown and super distracting. What GI Joe figure that Hasbro made in the classified? What GI Joe figure that Hasbro? What's the question, Chris? What GI Joe figure that Hasbro made in the classic line of GI Joes? I mean, didn't like by the Fabs. I'm so confused. Let me know what that means. Use again. Just a little. Okay. What figure people hated that Hasbro made wasn't popular. There's a lot. I mean, there's a lot that weren't popular. I don't know. For some reason, the one that comes to mind is like Faces. You know, he was part of Star Brigade, and I mean, I honestly couldn't tell you anything about him. I know what he looks like, but I got no idea what any part of his file card says. Yeah, I like that. I like that. So I'll include that stuff, and then next we'll work on the head. Yeah, I think Faces. But I don't know if people hated him. I figure like people hate could be like a Gone Fishing Bazooka or Leatherneck. Leatherneck's fucking terrible. He's got the giraffe pants. Really bad. I actually like Gone Fishing Bazooka. His teal pants are a little crazy, but I don't know. Thanks, buddy. Not Agent Faces. Just was it Faces? Hold on now. Hold on. Let me look at this. Let me see. Let's see, what year? 94. Effects. That's who I'm thinking of. Not Faces. Effects. 1994. Super plain. Not a very good sculpt. Whereas a lot of the 90s stuff has good sculpts. This one is not. It's not. Yes, thank you, Pop. Effects. OG Scarlet was not a fave, but people don't hate. I mean, people don't like the figure, you know, because she's got a plain face. But dude, it was 1982. Just how it is. You know, the Baroness, they could break up. They did the hair. They did the glasses. She turned out okay. Yes, effects. That's what I'm thinking of. Thank you, Pop. Terrible. I don't think people hate it, though. I just think people don't give a shit. Kind of like Skidmark, you know? Skidmark, people do not care about Skidmark. Just gonna dot that right there. Because I don't need very much. There we go. Just those little gloss on his lenses, on her lenses rather. And I'm going to go ahead and get her little blaster. It's going to be in the fictitious weapons. I think. Pretty sure it's in here. Why? I think these are. Ah, there it is. That's the one I'm talking about. You know, because she's a Sunbow character, so she gets the Sunbow blaster. Honestly, I don't think she has a weapon in the cartoon at all. But she's got that blaster, and then I gave her a little remote. I think that looks pretty good, man. So that's that. Now we can work on her head. Oh yeah, an interrogator that'd be a good one. And honestly, interrogator they later lumped in with the plague troopers. I would love to see all the plague. You got Blackout. He's also in that group later. Guillotine, those guys. That would be cool. And most of those are going to be repaints, really. Just a few new pieces, and I think they could start putting out the plague, which I think would be pretty sick. That'd be badass. Oh yeah, Skidmark's terrible name. Tony, what up, sir? Hey, how you doing out there? Let's see. Okay. Right. Sorry, just gotta respond real quick. And there it is. Woody, this is the only picture I have right now. But let me get a couple over right here. Okay. So just change the light a little bit. Boom. All right. There we go. Now that's out of the way. Let's see here. White Vegeta, what's up, sir? I think he didn't Cobra have female scientists in the comic books? Yeah, I think that's true. And I think they did it in the modern 4-inch figures. I think they did some female scientists in the lab coats. Oh, that's all good, dude. I'm gonna get painting, so I just go ahead and do that. And before I paint, I can move all these off my desk. So it's more so I don't forget, because it's all getting packed up tonight, or tonight morning, whatever. a second here. Take these off the desk. All right. All right, so on this, these heads, I got some Chuck Norris, got some Arnold Schwarzenegger, some Jean-Claude Van Damme's, Ryan Gosling's, Patrick Swayze, Clint Eastwood, John Wick, got another Mr. T, Lincoln Osiris, got another Eddie Murphy, then 4 Wesley Snipes, 2 Blade, 2 Simon Phoenix. So okay. So last night I did kind of base coats for most of the hair. I did skin tones. Couple of these I need to dry brush, but like Wesley Snipes, I did low lights and highlights, and then I started on the hair. Oops, I like that. That's a little. I got you, Woody. Crack me up, brother. I appreciate you. Yeah, so this will be the first well, not the first show I set up that I have that I have heads, because that was assembly required last year. Was the first time I'd done that. But assembly required is a much smaller show. I would even go so far as to call it intimate. Not in the sexual way, but like, honestly, most of the guys that are vendors now have been going to shows together for 15, 20. Some of the old 6-inch or the old 1/6 scale guys. I mean, some of those guys have been doing this for 40 years. And granted, they were a lot cheaper back then. So like assembly required is thrown by fans, and the vendors basically get their opportunity to hang out with each other, and basically everybody just tries not to lose money. Like, you try to make at least your hotel fare back. It's such a good show, though. There's shows I like, and then there is assembly required where Brian and Travis and David and the whole team, they go so hard. Like, the themes are incredible. Brian is I believe he is a graphic designer, but the stuff they make to support it is incredible. The art, they do like different packages for stuff that's always themed. You know, like they've done they did a Dreadnought one that was like a Cold Slither. That was actually Michael Charles Hill's first con. Up until then, he didn't know that people gave a shit. And for those that don't know Michael Charles Hill, he was a Sunbow writer, and he was the one that wrote the Cold Slither song. So they hired him to write another verse to the Cold Slither song, and then made everybody CDs, you know, that looked like an album release and stuff. Super cool. But they do art, and they do, you know, cardboard stand-ins. Travis has been doing 3D printed. He did a 1/1 scale Ravage one year. I think that was the Iron Grenadier year. Really cool. Really, really cool. This last year, what was it this year? Oh, it was the theme was the books where you could you could choose your path. Remember those they had for the Joes? I think the year before that it was like Dino Hunters. Like, it's all over. I think this year is space, and I'm super, super pumped up about it because I think that's gonna be really, really cool. Why Vegeta? What's the plan for Patrick Swayze? No plan. I'm just painting a bunch of heads. So I think right now I've got like close to 200 heads. So this is just a few more to round it out. I figured I had another couple of days, so I'd go ahead and do them. So no concrete plan, but it could definitely be Roadhouse. Definitely could be Roadhouse, but could probably also be Jed. You know, if you were doing a Red Dawn, which I think would be pretty sick. Yeah, he's great, dude. I think that was 3 or 4 years ago when they did that one. I think it was 3 actually. I think it was 3 years ago they did that one. And he was blown away. He was so nice. And yes, that's true. His character is Claymore. And last year, Greg Brown, the showrunner for DFW, commissioned me to make a Claymore for Michael Charles Hill, and I did it. I did a little bit of an update on it, and man, he was amazing. He came over and he told me how much it meant to him and how cool he thought it was, and it warmed my cockles, you know, and I got paid for it. You know, it was a commission, and then I got not only paid for it, but then I got the gratuity of, you know, somebody that was just super happy with the gift, which is, as a customizer, it's like that's as good as it gets. Like, I don't know, something about that is like what makes it really worth it, is seeing somebody so incredibly happy with the work that you did. You know, makes you proud of it, which it's just not that common anymore. All right, so let's do some skin tone. Go ahead and get a fresh palette for this. All right, so skin tone. Dan Olton, what's up, sir? Popping in and liking. I hope all goes well at the conventions. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. All right. So I'm going to use this wide brush. I do like this one. And I'm just going to put a little bit. This one's almost empty, but I like these big. I like the big You know, I like them real thick and juicy. I mean, I like the large pots because you can cut easier. You can put a thick paint in there and then put your thinner in there. Sorry. All right. So this is where we hit the highlights. So you painted it this color base, and then I use this Seraphim Sepia as a wash. It sinks into the low spots, right? And once that's dry, you go in there with that color again and hit your highs. So you're just quickly dry brushing over it and hit the cheekbones, the forehead, the nose, the chin, and give yourself some highlights. That's it. It's the whole purpose of it. So that's what this tape is, just to catch a little bit of the paint. And you're not trying to paint into something. You're not trying to get coverage. You just want some highlights. And all you did was base coat on the hair. So you're going to have to put another coat on it anyway. So it's not a big deal if you get some paint on the hair. So like I got 2 of these Clint Eastwoods, right? And they're cowboy Clint Eastwoods. So there is some facial hair. So one of them I'm going to do kind of I'm going to use the dry pastel technique and give them kind of a 5 o'clock shadow. But then this one, I went ahead and painted the beard. I've not done that with a Clint Eastwood head, so I figured, why not? Okay. And this is Ryan Gosling from Driver. So there's one with glasses and one without. But there's not a lot of Ryan Gosling sculpts out there, so kind of limited. This is Jean-Claude Van Damme. A later one because he doesn't have the no mullet. This is the action hero cut, the Arnold cut, right? All right. Chuck Norris. Like I said, went ahead and did 3 more Chuck Norris because I could see me selling a few Chuck Norris, It's the year. Rest in peace. And it's a good sculpt. I really like this sculpt. Now, Arnold, we've got 2 different sculpts, completely different sculpts. So this one, feels more Dutch. Like it's the shorter hair, maybe even a little older Arnold. And there's this one, which is kind of your basic Arnold. When you're doing action heroes, you got to have options. I mean, who the hell only has one Arnold Schwarzenegger in their collection? And that's crazy. Okay. All right. So now. It's okay, buddy. Yeah, so find that juicy bubble. All right, so now we're going to do old old Chuck Norris's hair. I like starting with this Vallejo rust color when I do Chuck Norris. It's just reddish brown. It's literally the only time I ever use this color because I don't like these Vallejo airs. So, like I said, just a brown with a little red in it. It's really good for a mid-tone. And then, like I said, after you get your mid-tone, you do your lows, you do your shadows with your wash. Let it sink into the low spots. And then you go behind that with a little dry brush. Get your highlights. Okay. And this is just really hard for y'all to see. I'm sorry. There you go. There you kind of see him, right? It's dog shit for light for me, but what if I put this on? Does this help me? Shit. A little. And I find when you're doing beards, if you use the edge of the brush, then that gives you that imperfection of the line, you know. Was Chuck Norris wasn't going to the barber shop and getting edged up, you know what I'm saying? Pause. You know, that's a raw edge. You know what I mean? So if you use the edge of the brush and kind of rake at it, I'm gonna say rake at it. You just kind of reverse feather, like feather you're pulling away, rake you're kind of pulling towards you. So we do that motion, gives you, like I said, the imperfect edge that a natural beard has. So there you go. And so paint his hair, paint his beard, and then lastly we'll go in with the detail brush, do his eyebrows, you know. Get my man looking right. And then let's see, who else do we need to paint their hair? We got Ryan Gosling, so we'll need a light brown. He's blonde, so like I said, you want to go for that mid-tone, so we'll need like a tan color. That'll be next. And then after that, we'll do, looks like John Wick will be the last one. And of course, that's just super dark brown. And I think I'll keep that, the super dark brown. Sometimes I paint black. but I don't know. I'll look at the ones I've done that I already have in the tray. See what I've done, because I may just go ahead and do it differently than I have in the toolbox or in the tray. So we'll see if I did black or dark brown, and then maybe we'll just do it the opposite. Whatever I did, we'll do the other one. Okay. White Vegeta question is, do you make Chuck Norris Karate Commando or Texas Ranger? That is tough. Man, a Texas Ranger would be difficult. You don't have very many good parts for it. You know, whereas Delta Force, you know, you got military pieces. I think for oh man, you know, the perfect one would be a oh, I know there's one in here. An MCU Logan that's got the collared shirt. Where the hell is that? I know I have one. Oh, that's weird. Wait, they've got. You got this one, right? That has jeans and cowboy boots, but there's another one that has a full shirt. I bet that would be a pretty good base for a Walker Texas Ranger. I'll bet. Because I mean, if he used Wolverine, then he'd be short and stocky, and that's gonna look weird as fuck. Like Vegeta. Which demand there is. You know what? I have not done a John Wayne in Classified. I did a John Wayne 118 scale. Actually, it was one of my earlier customs. I just wanted Green Beret. You know, the Vietnam role. I've never done a cowboy one. Again, parts for 118 Cowboys you could definitely do. You know, Chicken Fried Toys has awesome variety for 118 Cowboys, but there's not much in the way of 112 yet. I mean, got that Daredevil or Deadpool, sorry. But it's not a great cowboy. It's just one of the few things we have. Hell yeah. Okay. So that's those. Like I said, we'll go in with the detail brush, give him eyebrows, and then we'll jump over to Ryan Gosling. What Let me pull up a reference picture. Okay. Actors, Chuck Norris. Actually got super light eyebrows. I need to. Nice. Nice. And you know why, Vegeta, the only cowboys I've ever done classified heads, I mean, like I said, I've not done full figures, but heads, they all live at Bear 11 Charlie's house. He's got a couple of Clint Eastwoods, got a couple of Lee Van Cleefs. I think there was another cowboy in there, if I'm not mistaken, that I've done for him. He's definitely got him. Okay, so that's Ryan Gosling. So again, seal up our paints. That way, if we need to reuse them tonight, I'll have them. Usually don't last more than a couple of days in the palette, even with the tape on them, especially if it's a small amount. If it's a lot in there, you know, the liquid will evaporate out and leave the paint, and sometimes you can get back into it. So let's see here. Ryan Gosling. Let's see. Wild Bill. Yes, I did do a Wild Bill. That is true. Speaking of Deadpool, him off there. Just a cowboy on a polar bear. Nothing to see there. Okay, I'm going to use this dust color. And do I have a reference picture for Ryan Gosling? Let's see. That's good enough. This one. And no, I did not. I did not. Okay. All right. So now I've got a couple of Ryan Gosling reference photos. Okay, cool. Cool. Again, thank you guys for hanging out. I appreciate all y'all. Is this a new? No, I've opened this. This is Xandri Dust. It's a Citadel color. It's a base, so it's going to be super thick. And just scoop some out. And then we'll cut that with a few drops of thinner. And blend it up. Okay. This is not the brush I like to use for this because I can't get very close. But I don't want to waste the paint that's on the brush. So we'll just get the paint out of the bristles. Right there. And we'll rinse it. And I don't have any acrylic or lacquer thinner here, which is what I really like to clean with. So give me a few droppers full of that shit. Then I can rinse, and then I can dab this in there and make sure none of the paint settles around the collar, because that's what fucks up your brushes. All right, mold it back into a point, and we're good. So I'm gonna go back to this angled edge brush I have. This is a nice sculpt. Got lots of detail in the hair, which is really good when you're doing your wash, because there's a lot of low spots to take the wash. So it really shows up. Sometimes you'll get them where they don't do much texture in the hair, and you can definitely go overboard with sculpts that go crazy with texture. Sometimes not so bad, but other times real pain in the ass. But for washes, texture's great. You get the wash that'll sit in the low spots, and then when you go to do dry brush, there's lots of high ridges to catch the dry paint. And even for you guys that don't do full-blown customs, that just do, you know, we'll call it like the gains level of customizing. Like, it's more than head swaps, right? You'll do a little painting, a little wash. It's that skill level. So if you can do that, you can do hair. I understand staying away from eyes. Eyes are the worst. Now, I don't mind them, but I can see them. And while I have that ability, I'm gonna do them. Because someday I will not be able to say that. All right. So we've got John Wick here, and I was gonna look and see what I've done with him before. That. It's on my suited body. Yep. On my suited body. All right. So John Wick, I gave him black hair. Yeah. I gave him black hair. So what I think I will do on this one. Wow. Sorry. Tickling my nose. That drives me crazy. I think what I'll do is go with a really dark brown. And I've got one right here on my desk. That's a wash. There it is. Really dark brown. Dryad bark. Actually, I may have that in one of these. Let me just check real quick. That's black. Nope. Okay. All right. I do not. So, go ahead and get that out. And again, full drops of the thinner and mix. And honestly, I don't even think that's dark enough. So I'm gonna dip into the black and go even darker. That's what we want right there. That's like the 70% cacao. Oh yeah. I will save you, my princess. See, if Tony was here, we'd be talking about chicken legs. It's a house with chicken legs. Tricky part with this guy is getting the strands of hair without painting on his face. And it is tricky, believe you me. Now again, it would be better if I was using the correct paintbrush, but for some reason, I didn't change it out. So, you know what? Before I dip right in there, let me just do that. The right tool for the right job. You know what I mean? You guys know. Okay. Actually, this one need a little more detail, so I'm going to go with the little bitty angle one. So I'm just using the super detail brush to kind of outline Keanu's beard. He is not like Chuck Norris. He doesn't have the wild beard. There we go. Now I go back to my chisel tip and work in the broader strokes now that I've got a outline of sorts. Yeah. Okay. I rented a car for this trip this weekend and picked it up today. I found out that some dealerships rent cars, and it's usually a little better deal than rental companies. So I rented from a Ford dealership and got myself a brand spanking new Explorer. It's a pretty nice vehicle. It's just it's a regular one. It's not like a sporty one or anything like that. But it's damn fine vehicle. Let's see how it does on this road trip. Yeah, I think this is good. I'm going to use the black wash on it, so it'll get really dark in the low spots. That is base coats on all the heads. So what we'll do now is look at the base coats I have and make sure that there's good enough coverage. I can see on the blade heads, I'm going to need to tag those again. And the Simon Phoenix, that yellow usually gives me a pretty hard time, so I got to check that as well. And so like I said on these Wesley Snipes head, I'm pretty sure they're all Simon Phoenix. But that haircut is so freaking close to Blade, I was like, why don't I just paint a couple like Blade? So this one I actually did like the tattoos. But I don't know how popular that is, so the other one I didn't do tattoos. So it doesn't have the around the back of his head. It's just Blade. And I've not had anybody request a Wesley Snipes blade, whereas Simon Phoenix has been requested a few times. Oops. Made an oops. That's why I get these super thin Q-tips. Just get them a little damp, just lick them, and then I can hit the, if I brush over while it's still wet, if I just do that and just rub it just a little bit, then usually I can do what I need to do. Maybe Murphy's a little wide on the coverage. Hit him again. His might have been from over brushing when I did his highlights on his face. That's good. Check on old Kurt Lazarus. Yep. Same deal. Yep. Much better. Okay. And the last one. Mr. T got good coverage. He's looking good. All right. So, and that will take us to the next step, which will be doing white for the eyes, which usually takes a couple of passes to get that coverage down. Orange Shoelace, what's up, man? Thanks for joining me. Yes, I am taking these customs with me. This is just heads, just to sell. So appreciate you being here. Saw Suited earlier when you referenced John Wick hair in the past figure. Got me thinking, seeing Suited body, if you had any requests for Fox Mulder from X-Files. I have not. I've not had any David Duchovny requests. Yeah, those were good figures for the time. They had cool accessories too. Wonder how the accessories held up. Probably not great. Probably about as good as Spawn. Okay. So we don't need much of the white, just a little. And of course for these, I need the high detail brush. This is the Psycho. It's actually right. Yeah. All right. Okay. Yeah, I think it's nice. I mean, it's nicer than my car. But the real thing is it's got space. Because all the stuff that we bring to set up the booth takes up a lot of space. And we always seem like we pack into the Explorer or the Escape. And so I thought, this time I'll splurge, get a rental, and hope I can sell enough to justify it. Right? I'm just realizing that I didn't do for Simon Phoenix. I didn't do his eyebrows. There's a little goatee, so I need to go back and make sure I get those. Now, eyes are a 3-stage deal, right? So you paint the white, then you paint the iris, and then you paint the retina and your top eyelash. That's how I do it. How long is the trip? So Dallas is about an 8-hour drive from Kansas City, so not bad at all. Now when we do Augusta, that's a 13-hour, I think. I think Google says 13 hours on that trip. Yeah, that one's a little more of a trip, but Dallas, that's not so bad. It's just it's a bit of a boring trip. There's not a lot to see on I-44 or I-35. They're both pretty plain. And once you get into Texas a little bit on 35, then you get a little more geography. There's a little more topography going on. But Oklahoma's fucking brutal. And I hate how Google wants to take you the ways without tolls, which I can appreciate, except that means you got to drive through all the small towns, and the speed limit is all over the damn place. It's like everything is a trap. Everything's a speed trap. That's how it feels. So we just started. Yeah, one year I just said, fuck it. We're just going I-35 right out of Oklahoma City and just going straight south. So it's pretty easy. And you don't have to worry about any of the Oklahoma fuck-arounds. Don't have to worry about speed trap towns. Just gotta worry about the... Just got to worry about the highway patrol and their fucking drones. I even had the dealership put the toll pass on the truck, so I don't even have to worry about sending them money or anything. Just right to the already covered. Miami from North Carolina was 14 hours. In Miami, I didn't like the drive, and I lived in Atlanta. Oof. Yeah. I feel you. I'm sure your figs still do the freaking awesome. Well, thank you, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, the class is really cool, and I'm hoping they sell out. But right now, I think they're at about 50% sold. So I think it's half. And usually there's some on day of. People don't always buy their tickets in advance, but I don't know if it'll be like that this year because it's technically Friday before the show even starts, so we'll see. Now, I will say that first year I set up at DFW, well, Jeff Wheat, looking hell of a dude, spoiled me right off the bat. He bought all my Action Force SAS figures I'd made. I think there were 11. We scooped them all up, and then Mython came through and bought a suited Destro and a hooded Cobra Commander. And that was 4 years ago. Yeah, so I got spoiled on that first show. But those SAS figures, man, they looked really good. It was a hell of a team. I gotta do some of these eyebrows. I missed that step on a lot of these. It's all right. It's something to do while the eyes were setting. Then what I like to do is organize them by eye color. And you can kind of hit it like an assembly line, you know? All right. That's all of those. Ugh. All right. I caught up here. HEC, driving around the Miami Fort Lauderdale was rough when I had to work in the area. Oh, that sounds terrible. Just my pile of loot over the weekend, a lot of freshman conviction, all the social fortune. Yes. I still have all those sitting over here, and I've only opened like 2 or 3 of them. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we drive every year. Every year we drive that. Should have picked up an extra Saboteur. I do like that figure. Thanks for entertaining. You are more than welcome, brother. Have a great night. I'll talk to you later, man. I'm waiting on my 84 Proton pack. First wave sent. Nice, nice. Do you even have to stop these days? Yeah, there's no more toll stops. It's all scan your license plate and sends you the bill, which is nice. I mean, I like that. But for rental, I was like, how do you do this? Because it's not my license plate. And they're like, oh, we just throw in if you want, you can just do this for like $5 a day. And I was like, that's good. I'll do that. I see people book last minute. Probably very true. I mean, it's definitely part of it. I can just get the going to go with the Wi-Fi for the okay, hold on. Final arrangements for Joe Fest because of the dollars. I understand that for sure. As you see, I can day trip it to Augusta, but it's 2.5 hours. Drive there is fine. Drive back is snore. Yeah. I don't mind that drive. It's not like exciting, but through the south, at least there's a lot of trees. It's a lot of pine trees, poplar trees, all that kind of shit. Yeah. So at least there's something to look at. Oklahoma is just barren. It's just jack shit. Just brutal. Oh yeah, man. I'm sure I'll be at the Longbow booth, you know, helping them out as much as I can. But yeah, I mean, last year I got one of your crates, and I think it's my favorite crate. I like it. Repainted Crazy Legs helmet, put it on Lifeline, looks a lot better. Nice. Yeah, I've seen a lot of people using that head on Crazy Legs, which I get that. Yeah, a lot of pines. What sucks is the little space between the pines where the cops camp. Almost got me a few times last year. Real close. Not today, copper. Okay. So we'll do Ryan Gosling's eyebrows. Just barely see. Okay. All right. I've got a medium brown over here. Well, that dried up. Maybe not. Gold. Gold I need. Yeah, gold I need. Yeah, that'll do. Let's see here. And as you see, I'm probably going to book the hotel offsite for Joe Fest. Attempt to use some of the silver points. Good call. Well, Pops had that booked already, which usually we don't. So that was a nice surprise this year for the Marriott that the convention's at, which is nice because you can go downstairs and you can have a good time and then just elevator up to the room. But if we didn't have that, I was going to get an Airbnb off-site a little bit closer to the highway, because we're like downtown. So closer to the highway, the main intersections of Augusta, off the highway, there's a really good diner called Metro Diner, and it's pretty much where we have breakfast. You know, at least 2 mornings we'll go up there and have breakfast. It's just solid breakfast. And I was going to get an Airbnb closer to that, so we just hit breakfast on the way and get down there. But yeah, I had to watch for them troopers back in the day in Georgia. They had those Fox bodies, right? Yeah, the LX had the notchbacks instead of the fastbacks. Yeah, I bet they don't have any problem catching speeders through there. They must not have been paying attention when I went through there, and I thank God, because I obviously wasn't paying attention how fast I was going, allegedly. Man, Georgia Department of Public Safety was out in full force this past weekend. Really? Did they get you? Oh, I was going to look up a picture of Simon Phoenix. Uh-huh. Okay, there we go. Those cars are that midnight blue and orange, so the color combo isn't the usual blue and white. Yeah, the hypos. Yeah, I can imagine Georgia's no joke, but lived in North Carolina past 15 years, was raised in Georgia. No. I love North Carolina. One of my favorite states to visit. I like South Carolina pretty good too. But North Carolina developed a thing for when I was a kid. I had horrible allergies when I was a kid. And as long as I was in North Carolina, the few times I visited, I didn't have to take allergy medication. That pure mountain air took care of me. You know. Now there's other stuff that it offers that I like. I like the ocean, but I'm not like drawn to it. Like my father absolutely loves the ocean. I like it. I don't think I'd want to live on it. But I'm a big seafood guy, so I like that. Shit. Right in it. Cool. Okay, now we've got some darker brown eyebrows. Oh. Nah, man, I drive a Kia, can't go very fast now. Well, that's my daily driver too. And I can still get pretty aggressive. Allegedly. Columbus, Georgia, my hometown, next to Fort Benning. Right on. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Missouri, it's brutal. It's brutal. It's terrible. Nice. Okay, cool. I'll take mountains over ocean and day. It's a tough choice. I mean, it's a tough choice. I don't know what I would do if I had to choose. Now I just don't have either. The place called Country's Barbecue in Columbus. You need to stop. They have 3 locations. Right on. Right on. Good barbecue. I like barbecue, but I'm a total fucking snob, man. That's what living in Kansas City does, man. You get that hometown pride, you know. But honestly, like when it comes to barbecue, I don't want to have to use sauce. So I don't even care about the sauce debate, you know, vinegar base, mustard base, molasses base, ketchup base. I just want some good smoked meat. Thankfully, in Dallas, they have Hard 8. That's really what it's called. And that is fantastic smoked meats. So good. So good. Best thing about Georgia, I can get to the Blue Ridge in less than an hour, on the ocean in 4 hours. So Atlanta's just the void. Yeah, Atlanta, I do not like Atlanta. Do not like it at all. I'll do just about anything to avoid Atlanta. Here for the smoked meat stock. Fuck yeah, buddy. I like is Brunswick stew. Yeah. Yeah, smoked meats. I'm a big fan. Big fan. All right, I think I'm going to go with this leather color for these eyebrows. I don't have very many, so I'm not going to put a lot of paint. Mikey, think when you finally get to that order, if I could get one of those Wesley Snipes head. Yeah, for sure, dude. Yeah. Let me go ahead and put it in there so I don't forget about it. I'll find my Demolition Man. Yeah, I'll paint one up for you and I'll put it in that. Where the hell? I got you one in the box. Okay. One. Okay. Oh. As you see, hit up the local Ren Fair last Sunday. New food vendor popped up, had poutine with optional pulled pork. Super good. I do like me some fucking poutine. I went to Kansas before, and I really enjoyed it. I thought the city was really clean, to be honest. You know, Kansas City's like most majors. It depends where you're at, like heavily, but it's unlike some other major cities. Kansas City, you can't be like, oh, just stay out of this or don't go south of the river. Or Kansas City's, it's so mixed up. It's like one side of the street will be like nice houses, you know, $750,000 homes, and the other side looks like a fucking trap house. It's so bizarre. If college kids, all, you know, in the old Italian neighborhoods and shit, the old bungalows that they used to be so prevalent in Kansas City. But then like one street over is like total hood. It's so weird. So weird. Of course I got the pulled pork. You can't go wrong with pulled pork, guy. Oh yeah. P&L's super nice. I mean, it's an attraction place, so I think they do a pretty good job of keeping it clean. Man, it gets intense. I assume that's pretty much the way any major city, if you live close to it, you're just like, you know, you avoid certain areas because it's just insane. That's how I am with downtown. There's lots of stuff I like downtown, but few things overpower the ridiculous horde of idiots who, or either have it went to the best. I mean, that's true. I like my pork chopped, actually. Fill a lot of times if you get it pulled, it's dry and not good. It's an interesting observation. Gun Bunny Customs. Hey, Mikey, is there any fodder you need that I can take for you? Brother, I can't think of anything. I hear you. I hear you, man. Give me some pulled pork, like fucking mac and cheese. God damn, that's great. Oh, now, Gun Bunny, if there's anything I need to bring, let me know. All right. Eyebrows are done. Since you're going to Texas, might as well bring up the Dutton Ranch and ask if you've watched. I haven't watched the new season or shit. I don't think I've watched the last two spin-offs either. I don't think so. Yeah, I've been falling behind on my new stuff because I paint almost all the time. And if I'm painting, I just want something on in the background. So if it's something new, I feel I want to focus on it. And it's really hard to do while I'm painting without, not being productive painting. Now, occasionally I can slip something in, if I'm eating lunch or something, like on a weekend, I can like sit here and watch something while I eat. That was how I watched the new Punisher thing. And there's been a few movies in there. I don't really remember any of them, but like this week, while I was doing extra stuff, I watched that new Darth Maul series, and I honestly missed a ton of it because I was focused on other stuff or I wasn't in the room, but I was listening to it. And what I saw was an awesome series, dude. It was really good. Now I will say the end of that second to last episode, I don't remember how many there 10, so episode 9. At the end of it, I heard who come into the scene. I was like, no frickin' way. And then I literally sat here and watched all of the rest of it. That was bad ass, dude. Big Wheezy's crazy. Yeah, Big Wheezy. Big asthmatic fuck. That's hilarious. Yeah. When I heard that, I was like, no fucking way. I came running in here and I was like, oh shit, dude. It was good without him. I mean, honestly, the rest of the story was really good, but that was like over the frickin' top. Yeah. Barrett was really, really good. And that's what's going to piss me off, is that was really good, and the next project will be back to the regular crap. I've heard good things about Grogu the Mandalorian. I've heard good things. I've heard it's fun. And honestly, in a movie these days, that's really all I'm asking for. Just fun. Just distract me from the world for an hour and a half. That's all I want. So, yeah, it was really good. Dude, Julius, it's very good. It's fun. Especially, dude, if you liked the other animated, right? If you liked Clone Wars, if you liked Rebels, like, my God. Once it finally hit a stride, Rebels I really liked. But that first, I don't know, season, maybe 2 seasons, it's kind of boring. But then it gets really good. And I didn't finish Bad Batch because I didn't really care about Bad Batch. Even in Rebels, it was like, it's all right. But if you liked those, then Maul is definitely worth watching. I liked the shorts they did too, where they did like the backstories of like the Jedi, and I think they did one for the Sith too. Those I really liked. So like every time they do one of those shows, I feel like they hit. It's the live action where they're all over the fucking road. Now I hear you. Trust me. I understand. But it's good. It's good. It might be worth it might be worth a month subscription to Disney to watch that. Or if you can maybe you can just buy it. I don't know if they do that anymore, but it was good. But yeah, people love the Bad Batch. I want to see Mando and the Grumble Butt, but strangely, my kiddos are very meh on it. I might be going alone. Hey, sneak out for a matinee, get you the cheap ticket. Man, those used to be the best. I don't even know if they still do them. Honestly, I'm so rare I go to the movies anymore. Did you keep your Crimson Moon the same out of the box, or did you mix and match to make Red Shadow figures? So the only ones I opened was a Jackal and a Noir, so that I could make a Resolute Destro. So that was the only two I opened up. Everything else is literally in a stack right here. But I will be mix and matching to make the characters as true as possible. The last few episodes of The Bad Batch were pretty good. Yeah, I heard nothing but great things. I just didn't care about the characters. I just didn't have anything invested. Not knocking it at all. So, I don't know. I'm curious if they stay on that trend with the animated stuff, or if they go back to doing the Kathleen Kennedy nonsense. I know she's not there, but it's usually not the head that gets cut off. It's a scapegoat thing, and I worry that whoever else was pulling the strings is still pulling the strings and has the same input, I guess. I don't know. We'll see. Okay. So now I need to go through and figure out what eye colors I got to do here. So let me just get some reference pictures here. JPEG. Okay. Right. And there's a few for old Chuck Norris. Okay. I feel like Star Wars used to be an event because it wasn't every year. Okay, I will watch the newest season Daredevil. I especially liked Bullseye. Yeah, man, it used to be like every few years on Christmas, you'd go see Star Wars. But then that started being really shitty. The Skywalker trilogy's just, it's not good. It's not good. Now, Rogue One hit. I was on there, that one. But then after that, I got pretty iffy. And I was like, I didn't watch watch a lot of the other stuff. you pushed me out. I'm not into it. You're not making shows for me anymore. I'm making movies for me anymore. I don't know what audience it is, but it's not me. I don't know. Almost weed. All right. What else we got? Clint Eastwood. Okay. And Arnold. Okay. Don't have any for Patrick Swayze. Let's see. Okay. Okay. And sorry, I know this isn't exciting. Pulling up reference photos to finish these heads. I apologize. See that. She says it was an event every 3 or so years in theaters. Sped up Disney schedule, oversaturated everything, which actually surprised me. Who would have thought there would be too much Star Wars? Yeah, if you had told me that when I was a kid, I'd have called you a liar. I'd have said there wasn't such a thing. Too much Star Wars. Crazy. Let's see. Movie references. TV. Okay. All right. I think we are set. Let's see here. So, okay. Dark brown. Mr. T's eyes. Okay. Who else? That's it. We've got some lighter brown with that. Do we want? Hold up. This one. That's too much. Too thin. Okay. All right. This color is going to be Keanu Reeves, Eddie Murphy, and one of Simon Phoenix's eyes. Okay. Oh, and I'm pretty sure. Actually, I think Wesley Snipes is this one too. Or does he have kind of rust colors? I think Blade has the rust color. Let's do those. Okay. Okay. And I didn't put I didn't look up what's his face? I never forget what's his face. Oh, I don't have any reference pictures of him either. How the hell was I painting these without reference photos? Okay, there's that one. There we go. Found a good one there. Okay. Old Crustus McGee. How'd you know? How did you know? All right, so Jean-Claude Van Damme's are kind of a green, kind of hazel, probably more accurate. Okay, so what I was going to do, not that, this. Okay. So we got Eddie Murphy. What is going on with this paint? Gosh, like I just couldn't get it on the edge of on the tip of the brush. I've never struggled that much. That was insane. Okay. All right. Wow. Never struggled getting paint on the edge of the fucking bristles. Wow. And cute. All right. All right. Gosling, Arnold, Swayzes are blue. All right, that's actually not necessary. So Goslings. Okay. Arnold's are very dark. Okay. And okay. Now we've got a couple of hazels. So what I'm going to do here is find the colors. It's white. Here we go. Okay. Take some green. And then take some of the brown. I'm not going to mix them, but I'm kind of going to dab them together. Actually, first, Kirk Lazarus here. Get the green. I think that's right. Oops. I have to fix that. He's got a brown and a blue. Not Hazel. All right. Jean-Claude Van Damme. Hazel eyes are so strange. I honestly cannot tell if Chuck Norris's. That's weird. Chuck Norris's are like a greenish blue. Now that I'm looking at it, I'm just going to get green. Do the Simon Phillips eye. Okay. 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 I get everybody. I didn't get Clint Eastwood. Okay. That is everybody except Cadet. Okay. That's all of them. Okay. Now do Action Joe Figs, we'll see you, buddy. Safe travels. We'll see you in a couple of days. Appreciate you watching, buddy. Okay. All right. So now we're going to do a wash on the heads. Okay. I'm going to start with the black wash. Okay. So this one's for Keanu. Okay, and I think that's it. Just that one. Okay, and then next, with the really dark brown, Agrax Earth Shade is what this one is. This one we're going to do Okay. I think that's going to do that. Ooh, you know what? Okay. Do. Oh no. Now I'm singing the fucking songs. What's up, Loki? Well, thank you, Willie. I appreciate you, man. What's going on, Loki? How you doing, man? Yeah, usually got a co-pilot. Usually I don't go this long, but I figure I'm gonna be painting regardless. Might as well just leave it rolling, you know. Maybe give a couple of people some background noise or some shit. I don't know. Just finishing up some last minute heads before I head to DFW tomorrow. Actually, just go silver. Cooter's still in the house too, huh? Right on. Oh, hi, Mom. All right, let's look at these heads and see what kind of repair work I need. These look good. Pink. Not blue, not gold, not green. I used to label this shit so I didn't have to flip through everything, but quit doing it. Okay. Ooh. Ooh, got there, Bear. Been looking for the next head sculpts for you to paint for me, but nothing of late has jumped out to me. Need to hit that 50 mark. You're so close. You're so close, dude. But no reason to jump the shark. You just, when you find the ones that you need, we'll attack it. I am very curious what that will be. Looks good. Okay. And this chill song in the background just got me woke up from a desk. I can understand that, and I'm being quiet as fuck, so I'm not keeping you interacted. I'm sorry. I get in the details and I hone in, you know what I mean? Okay. Those. All right. Oh shit! Sorry, that was aggressive. I'm thinking one is going to have to be Roger Moore since he's my favorite Bond. Okay. Okay. I haven't seen many of them. The Roger Moore that I have seen, the one that I have is from Spartan 118. You can go to Etsy or you can go to his website. He's in Mexico. But I think he's got like a 3 for 33, or they come out to about $11 a piece. And that's usually what I do. I just wait until there's a few that I want and hit them. He does have, I think he's got all the Bonds. I need to get a Daniel Craig because I think, well, I don't have a Lansby either. But I need a Daniel Craig. I want to do a Casino Royale Bond, and I haven't done that. Oh, shit. Yeah, I'd like to have all the Bonds, you know. George Lazenby. Complete the whole thing. Now, Stu, I appreciate that, man. But I know this is literally watching paint dry. I know it's not super exciting, especially if it's background noise. So Wesley Snipes really doesn't have pink lips or anything. But Chuck does. I'm waiting for the washes. Since I go pretty heavy on the washes, you really need to wait until they're fully set. Even handling like I am isn't ideal. Really shouldn't. But instead, after I get to that, then it's going to be hair highlights. Okay, about So we'll get this. We'll do the hair highlights. We'll try brushing on the hair. And we'll put in the little reflection dot on the eyes. Okay, that's for everybody. Oh, I appreciate you, man. Action Figure Lab on eBay has. Oh, okay, right on. Okay, Action Figure Lab. I've seen some of their stuff. They do good stuff. Doing a Martin Riggs from Lethal Weapon. Nice. I have a Riggs, but I just don't like it very much. The dude, Daisho Studios, I think. He's in the UK, but he's got an Etsy store and he's got a fantastic Riggs, like really good. He also has a really good Kurt Russell, really good Jack Burton. Stu, wishing you a safe, fantastic trip to DFW. Hope you have a weekend full of great memories and great sales and laughs. Thank you, brother. Thank you very much. Have a great night. And thank you for watching. Appreciate you, Stu. Real Grievance, what's up, buddy? I'm just finishing up some heads before I leave for Dallas tomorrow. Doing some painting. All right. We want, let's go for, okay, I'll find it eventually. By God, it's the one. Okay. Okay, we need to get a new piece of tape because this one's got all kinds of color on it. Okay. I should figure out also as a Craig. Oh, okay. Okay. Send me the link, Bear. Let me check that out. Well, fuck yeah, man. Who don't? You know what I'm saying? I was gonna say there's no such thing as bad head, but that's just not true. I had a roommate who received some one time, and he was on light duty for a little while. Okay. All right. Now we need a contrasting color for old Chuck. What's that gonna be? That's it right there. Kind of a butterscotch color. Oh, shit. Damn. All right. Chuck's also going to get that tan. Nice. Thank you. Thank you, Cliff. I appreciate you, man. Look at those. I may get a couple of them. I prefer to, buy 3D files so I can print them, and if I need to scale them, I can have my dad scale them. But just never found a good file for him. Okay. Ant. Wow. Okay. All right. So for Ryan Gosling here, need a Oh, okay. Okay, Cliff. Yeah, that was good. I was impressed with that. That was nice. That was a nice print, nice sculpt, whole thing. That makes sense. I think the Predator is what I've looked at with that seller, Cliff. Yeah, honestly, all of his stuff looks really good. I just have never bought any of it myself. All right. Just okay. All right. We're coming up on a closing point, people. Hair, eyes, lips. What's up, Tony? Yeah. I figure I'm painting anyway, I want to get these done, so might as well. I mean, it's not exciting, It's probably pretty boring, but there's still, there's a few people got me on in the background while I'm playing this funkadelic beat. I'm almost finished. I appreciate you, Tony. I guess it's not only EMS that's up at these hours of the night, you know. Okay. I don't know about way better than the news channel, but you know, I'm glad to hear somebody feels positive about it. That's good. Appreciate you, Tony. Oh yeah, I forget. You're in fucking Arizona. It's not that bad. I mean, it's not that bad here either. I mean, it's not like it's 3 a.m. and I'm painting. Ooh. And Tony, you know, I'm aware someday that's gonna be me. I'm gonna be the one that needs the jeweler lenses to do it. So I'm trying to take advantage of it while I got it. You know what I'm saying? All right. Okay. All right. Dude, will do. Yeah, absolutely, man. Can keep everybody entertained, you know? I appreciate you, man. All right. Let those heads dry for a little bit, a couple minutes, and then I will do the gloss on the eyes, and we'll get the final assembly on Cadet Demi. Put that head on there and see how the whole thing looks together. Be right back. Get this. Hmm. Eddie's teeth just aren't very white. Hit those again real quick. Yeah, it's gonna be better for sure. It works out. All right. All right. Booyah. And there's Cadet Dimming. I think I want to warm this up. There it is. Cadet Deming. She turned out really nice. Of course, I didn't do any wash or anything on her. I wanted her to be pretty basic. I think that turned out really good. Include their fists there. Hell yeah. Yeah, very, very happy with how, I know that was a long ways to go on that one. But all the other heads are painted. They'll be perfectly fine in the morning to put those into Thanks, Pop. Thanks, Mom. Thanks, Cliff. How's the 3D printing going tonight? I don't like that doesn't sound good. Oh, that's not good. I don't like that. So the dark gray isn't cooperating. Working on a backup plan that will get us there as originally scheduled. All right, guys. Oof. All right, 5 hours is more than adequate. I am exhausted. I appreciate you guys watching. Appreciate you guys hanging on. Those of you that did, I'm impressed. Anyways, if you're at DFW this weekend, I'll see you there. If not, I'll see you next week. Same time, same channel. Until then, you guys have a good one, all right? Good night.